Good button. Good buttons. More buttons. Turn that down real quick. There we go. All right. Hi. Hello, everyone. Happy Choomsday. Happy New Week. Yes, all the buttons must be pushed. All the actions must be taken. We gotta keep that APM up. How are y'all doing? How's your weekend? How is your week going? Hope you're all doing well. Hope you're feeling rested and healthy and hydrated and all of those good things. I'm doing okay. Let's see, so what happened? Sunday had a really good bike ride. It was such a pretty day. It was the kind of pretty day that makes you just want to cry. It was so nice. And it was an interesting ride. So I had planned to have a nice breakfast. I had some bananas, I made some toast, I was gonna fuel up for the bike ride, and then my bananas went bad. And I was like, well, shit. So I had the toast, but that's hardly, enough. So I got ready for the ride and I left, and I'm like, oh, I'm already feeling it. And I'm like, I'm not sure this is a good idea, but I had planned to stop by just a place nearby and pick up some food. And, I stopped and I got something there and, sort of forced myself to eat like half of it. And normally before I do exercising or whatever, I don't eat a lot. Two reasons. One, I learned when I was younger that you don't really want to like divide the body's function between multiple things, right? So like if you're digesting a bunch of food and you're trying to exercise, it's sort of trying to pull resources and blood flow in two different directions, and that can not be great. I don't know if that's true, but I remember learning that at one point. So usually my sort of philosophy is like, well, you've got energy stored up, use that. Right? We want to get rid of that before we start pulling on more energy to just store. But yeah, I definitely needed a charge, and once I had a little food in me, I felt amazing. It was a really good ride. The last few rides that I've been on have all gone really well, and some of the hills that have given me challenges in the past, I feel like I have blasted through them, which is a really cool feeling. I did run into a couple on the ride that had done that really long one that I was thinking about doing. And yeah, they were like, it's 2 days, it's a little over 200 miles. So it's about 100 miles a day. And it's like, okay, so it's an all day affair, right? You wake up in the morning and you just bike. You just bike all day. You stop for breaks, you stop for meals, but that is what you are doing for 2 straight days. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm not ready for that. I'm working on it. I definitely want to, build up some distance, build up some endurance this year, but I'm definitely not ready to do over 100 miles, let alone do that 2 days in a row. Though apparently a lot of it is pretty level, which is nice. That definitely helps, that you're not, constantly going up and down hills and, sort of burning through your energy really hard that way. But yeah, goals for the future. So yeah, the bike ride was really nice. I got some more drawing done. I have something that I'm trying to wrap up. I'm almost there. With it. But that night I went to bed and chat, I might have a caffeine addiction. I might actually be like really hooked on it, because I had a nasty migraine going to bed Sunday night. Just because of the way that my workout schedule works and everything, I didn't have as much coffee as I usually do, and I think that contributed to it. But yeah, I had a really nasty migraine that affected me most of the way through Monday. Like most of the sort of head pain was gone by the morning, but I was still like kind of unsteady and kind of sick feeling, and just like I was not in great shape Monday. I got through it. I got through it okay. Managed to do my job and everything without too much fuss, but it was not a super fun day. Um, so yeah, I'm not 100% sure how to feel about that. It's like, okay, am I really like this hooked on caffeine? Because I think I need to do something if that's the case. That's not great. That's not ideal. Um, yeah, I don't know. I'm still. I started thinking about some plans for the model debut. All of it is still really is a medical diagnosis of that. I know, it is a chemical and you can get addicted to it. Hello, Mage. Happy Choomsday. Hope you're doing well. Hope your week is treating you well. So, yeah, I don't know. I should probably do something, but the other option is to just keep having coffee. So, I don't know. What else has happened? What else has happened? I've been playing a little bit of Star Citizen. The free flight did kick off, so they delayed it for a week, but now it is available for everyone to try out. It's still buggy. Some of the missions are still broken, but I think the stability overall is improved. So I don't know. It's there. Um, Play a little more Deadlock. Apparently, supposedly, we might get a pretty big update on that in the not too distant future. It sounds like they've been running through a bunch of like balance hot fixes and such on test servers, so there's a decent chance that they're winding up to some manner of release for the live version, which I don't know, it's still wild to me. Like, obviously there's some stuff that's still rough around the edges, but it's amazing to me that that game is still considered like in development compared to a lot of things. um I don't know. Okay, that's going well. I did watch, well, we were watching Coco about to play Subnautica 2. That also seems to be going really well, which I'm happy for them. You know, with everything happening with that game, it's good to see it doing fine. Ah, sorry, I'm trying to think. I feel like there was something that I wanted to bring up, but I can't for the life of me think of what it was gonna be. Every time I try and like think, I try and catch up on like what have I done over the last couple of days. It's like, oh, is that it? um, I don't know. Do you guys ever just like lie on the floor and stretch all your limbs out and just kind of go, yeah? Just have a little moment, take a little moment to just kind of like lie there and exist. I did post up the artwork from Saturday. I too much dust will vacuum. Standing, I don't know how to tell you this, but you live on a ball of dust. Party Animals game and talked about, they put out the post poll announcement and put it, did AI, wait, they put out their post poll announcement and people put into the did AI write this thing, and it matched something like 98 to 99% the possibility. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not that surprised. I mean, if they thought it was a good idea to do an AI video contest, it doesn't surprise me they used AI to write the prompt for it too. And thank you for the 80 stream streak. That's a big freaking number. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Good to have you with us. Oh. Yes, this was Sunday, so I haven't had a chance to talk about it. I watched the pilot for Game Overs. Game Overs? I don't know how you would, what vowels you would stress, but it's Glitch's new show. So I say Glitch produced it, but it's by Ross O'Donovan and Aaron Hansen, Rubber Ross and Ego Raptor. For if you go by handles, I really enjoyed it. I thought it was a very funny show. I thought it was very well written. I had one minor gripe, which I'm totally willing to forgive just because I understand how difficult animation is. But there were a couple of scenes where it felt like it could have used a couple more frames, right? There were a couple of scenes where the animation was a little choppy. I get it. I understand why, and I'm not going to hold it against them, but there, it bumped against my perception a little bit. The other thing that I would call a gripe, but I think was almost intentional. So a lot of times with animation, you want to try and make it feel nice and consistent from end to end, right? You want to have a smooth, consistent look and feel to the animation so that it all feels like one cohesive project. And there were a number of times where like there would be a shot or there would be a sequence and like it would be consistent, but it would look a little different, right? Like the line weighting or the method of the emoting on characters' faces or whatever would look just a little different, right? It's a little off from sort of the baseline. And if this were like any other project, I think that would have been called out as a gripe of like, why are there these inconsistencies? But given that it is Ross, right, and the dude is a long time, talented animator and lover of all things animation, as far as I know, I think it was intentional. I feel like they were boarding it out, they were building it out, and they were like, no, leave that in there. Like, these are people's signatures. Let them sign it. Let them have their little moments in the episode of like, yeah, this is the scene that I blocked out and animated. I feel like that's something that he would have not just been fine with, but actually would have like put forward as like, yes, this was a thing that was made by people and it's beautiful. Look at it. Yes, it has faults. That's the point. So I really liked it. I thought it was a lot of fun. It had has a really solid voice cast as well. Like everyone did a really good job. I won't spoil anything about it, but I thought it was a really good show, and I thought it was a fun like game rules as real world systems. It was very funny. I guess kind of a Wreck-It Ralph style of deal of like video game characters living lives, but I don't know. I had a lot of fun with it. I thought it was very enjoyable. I did make it to the second episode of Stardust Rhapsody. I haven't had a lot of time to watch it just because, streamers tend to take priority, but it's fun. I have noticed with tabletops, especially I think tabletop podcasts, I notice it a lot So when you have a show or a movie or any storytelling medium, right? You tend to want to keep things pretty tight, right? Pretty concise. Like you can have stuff that sort of goes off on a tangent on some other direction, but you generally want everything to be approximately aligned in moving the plot forward, right? That is typically like the main thing. That is the main focus. And I feel like when you have a tabletop, when you have a TTRPG, you know, the game master isn't necessarily telling the players where to go or what to do, right? A lot of times what they want to have happen is the players sort of naturally explore and figure it out and progress, which is fine. It makes sense. It gives, you know, a nice sense of satisfaction and accomplishment when they have that moment of like, we found the thing, right? We found the way through whatever the puzzle or the challenge or just the confusion, the confuzzlement is. And that's all well and good. But when you're watching someone play, when you have something like this, that, you know, you have these people, they're sort of playing these characters and acting out the story, but then you still have that meandering, right? Those conversations that kind of go nowhere, you know, attempts to solve a problem that don't manifest a result because, you know, they were barking up the wrong tree, or they just got bad rolls and it didn't accomplish anything. Like, these are all fine things, right? These are not bad things in the context of the game. But if you're there to watch someone tell a story, there's a lot of, it's a lot of fluff, right? I think this is really apparent in stuff like Critical Role, where, you know, God, especially Mighty Nine, they cut a lot of fluff. They cut so much fluff in the first season. And, you know, again, like, I'm not saying that it is bad, and I think if you like TTRPG podcasts, that's part of the flavor that you like, but I think for me, a lot of times I like a tighter storytelling. And so, like, the first episode of Stardust Rhapsody is about 2.5 hours. I'm like, okay, I can do that. And then the second episode is for 4 hours. I'm like, okay, now we're getting back into the fluff levels that make Critical Role hard for me to keep up with. So, I don't know. It's interesting. I want to see where the story goes, and I think they're, you know, doing something fun. I enjoy a lot of the silly little antics and such that they get up to, but sometimes I'm also just kind of like, we just spent like 40 minutes effectively doing nothing. You know, it's part of the challenge, I think, in writing of, like, real life conversations between people and real life stuff that you do is not necessarily trying to get somewhere, right? There is not a narrative endpoint that you are trying to reach. You're just hanging out and talking about stuff and doing whatever. And, like, that's perfectly fine. I think that is a very similar feel to what happens with this, because you just have these characters that are conversing, right? Whereas when you are trying to tell a story, you're typically trying to reach some sort of narrative finish line. But that still has to feel natural, right? You can't just, like, bulldoze the plot through everything. You have to figure out that right balance of keeping everything going while still making it feel like there's a natural progression in the way that the characters are behaving and conversing with each other to get there. So I'm like, it's hard. It's hard, and I'm not gonna pretend that it's like, oh yeah, just do this, it'll be so easy. And again, like, depending on the medium, I'm not, you're going to have different things that make sense for different situations. But I don't know, just something that I kind of noticed while I was watching. It was like, oh yeah, I had this with Critical Role too. Yeah, that makes sense. A lot of times when I'm, sort of like mentally, I've talked about with MMOs how I like to sort of have my own like internal RP going on about like what are the characters doing, what are they thinking about, how are they responding to the various events that are going on in the game's story and the gameplay that I'm participating in. And a lot of that just kind of meanders around, right? It's a lot of just kind of like fluff conversations that don't necessarily move the plot. It's just sort of adding additional like characterization and context to situations. What is it? The adventure short, we didn't get very far. The whole short was a recap at the beginning of the session when they started to remind people, but they realized they were not even 100 yards from where they stood. Basically, yes. Basically, exactly that. Of like, how long did it take us to clear this room? Oh, 2 hours. And it's not because there was a fight, it's just we had this much talking and investigation roles and like puzzle solving that we just never left the room. Like a while ago, I played Draw Steel with some folks, and we were just doing like a sort of basic campaign because it was everyone's first time playing the game, and so we were just sort of testing it out, right? We were using pre-made characters, we were using a pre-made campaign, and it was a large group, so combat took a while. But we had like the introductory sequence in the tavern. We had a little bit of connective tissue between that and the opening to the dungeon. And then the dungeon consisted of, I want to say, 5 rooms, including the entryway. And we got, like, each session, we cleared a single room because each one was a combat sequence with maybe a puzzle in it. And it just took that long to, like, progress everything through. So, like, again, it's not a bad thing. A lot of times, those like silly dialogue moments and whatnot are the parts of the session that you remember, right? Those are the fun interactions that sometimes can even lead to character developments down the line. But, when you're just sort of sitting there watching it, trying to like see how the story is developing, it goes an hour later and your brain sort of clicks back in, is like, what has happened? So, I don't know. It's interesting. It is interesting. Oh. It would also probably help if I didn't watch it in such like starts and stops. But a 4-hour video is a lot to sit through, And I have other stuff that I want to watch. I have shows that I want to watch. I have streamers I want to watch. So it's a lot of times the TTRPGs kind of just get like whatever gaps there are in the watching schedule, and there's not a lot of them, Oh, too busy. Too busy. I am already entertained. Let's see. I I mentioned it already, but I'm thinking about stuff to do for the model debut. I reached out to somebody about possibly getting some stuff done. Cause I don't know. I kinda wanna make it I wanna make it a bit of a thing, right? It's not gonna be a huge thing, but I don't know, like get some art done. Um I wanna get some emotes done. It's been a long time since we have done any emotes, made any new ones. It's nice to, do them ourselves, but at the same time, I'm not getting them done, So it's just like I just need I'm gonna ask someone more talented to make a few. And I'm gonna work with them because I feel like half the time it's like, okay, what emotes should we have? I don't know. And then I see other people's emotes, I'm like, oh, that's a really good one. I want that. So hopefully we'll have some stuff lined up. I think it'll be probably sometime in July when everything is finally ready to go. But we'll see. We'll see what we can sort of plan out, right? But for right now, for tonight, it's a new week. We finished up the last drawing, and it's time to start a new one. Sorry, I'm just grabbing my tea real quick while I think. Thinking is hard. So, the idea was I had, I guess, back in April, when it made a little bit more sense because, we're sort of moving from the rainy season into the sunny season, and I feel like the sunny season, at least where I am, has definitely sort of taken over more. So, just have to sort of accept it's like, it's a bit late. It's a bit late, but it's okay. Alright, why don't we go ahead and jump over and get started. I'm gonna jump over here. Yeah, that's been my kind of feeling, especially this past week. We got some drizzle. We had a couple of wet days. We had, like, Sunday, I wasn't sure if I was gonna do a ride at all because, like, the entire morning it seemed like it might break and there might be rain, and then it went the opposite direction. It was a crystal clear day, so yeah, it's fine. Some folks, some areas are still dealing with a lot of, like, rainy weather and whatnot. So yeah, who knows? Who knows at the end of the day? You know what? I think we are going to need to do this after all. I think that's the main reason I feel like I'm behind on some of the artwork. Is just the ideas that I'm having. Like, I'll have them and then I'll put a pin in them because we have other stuff to work on. And then, like, they sort of fall behind and they're not topical, I guess, for lack of a better word. Thick rain. It was in the night. Ew. Hopefully not 90s and rain would be awful because it would just be humid and muggy and disgusting and like end me. I'm trying something out here. I don't know if it's gonna work, but I'm gonna try it. I posted the work of Connor and Mouse before the stream. And I'm gonna be honest, I haven't checked my social since I posted it because I'm scared. I don't normally do artwork of like big name personalities and whatnot, so I mean, in all likelihood, it's just gonna kind of get buried. But I don't know. It's a weird feeling to like actually do stuff that might get noticed, like the Star Wars art. Pulled in, at least for me, a lot of attention, which was a cool moment. Like, oh shit, it worked. Your quality is terrible because it's pawn. Ew. Hey trees! Stop with the fucking. Yeah, we have a bunch of cottonwood trees around here. And I guess they hit their moment because they've been going nuts. And it's gonna be a lot more before it's all said and done. It was kinda pretty on Sunday just because like it wasn't quite up to, you know, full saturation to the point where it starts looking more like a snow flurry. So it almost had this like fairy tale sort of little like light motes drifting on the wind look. It was quite pleasant, but yeah, give it another like couple weeks maybe and it's just going to be this massive inundation of fluff falling through the air. I think I made the legs a little too long. There we go. That feels a bit better. Alright. I think that's working okay. I'm actually gonna twist the torso back a little bit, I think. I need to draw everything, but I feel like my abdominals, my tummies are still lacking. It's like, even though I understand the basic concept of the anatomy through there, it just, something about it just doesn't have the feeling, right? Need to figure out what's not happening there. There's always something else to work on. Hopefully, anyway. I feel like being out of stuff to practice, out of stuff to get better at, would be so dreadfully boring. It's like, no, congratulations, you did it all. It's over, it's done. It's like, well, what happens now? Sorry. There we go. Good. Probably bring this one in a little bit. And then just try and balance these out a little bit. Actually, I think this is a pretty good spot. Cool. I was thinking about this earlier. I feel like this is gonna be like the fourth or third or fourth drawing in sort of a series, but I don't know. I feel like living in the Pacific Northwest, the seasons are very noticeable here. Like, they're not as, I would say, violent as they are in some places, but there's definitely like a very strong, shift in the amount of light, the sort of balance of the weather, and art a lot of times is a response to the things around you, the things in your life, and I think it's really normal to. I don't think it's unreasonable, to make art in response to the turning of the world. And then it's kind of fun because I can, I have sort of a recurring theme that I can jump back to and sort of be like, okay, well, here's how I did when I sort of tried to draw the subject like 2 years ago. How does it look now? Other factors being equal, what is improved and what could still be improved? If there is ever a point in time where the midnight saxophone does not just put me into a state of utter transcendent bliss, it's because I'm dead. Who developed the saxophone? Like, I'm sure it's one of those things that multiple people developed over a long period of time, but like, where did it come from? Early development and adoption. Designed around 1840. Okay, this sounds fake. Saxophone was designed around 1840 by Adolphe Sax, a Belgian instrument maker, flautist, and clarinetist. Moved to Paris in 1842 to establish an instrument business. Before working on the saxophone, he made several improvements to the bass clarinet by improving its keywork and acoustics and extending the lower range. As an outgrowth of his work improving the bass clarinet, he began developing an instrument with the projection of a brass instrument and the agility of a woodwind. He wanted it to overblow at the octave, unlike the clarinet, which rises in pitch by a 12th when overblown. Huh. And inadvertently managed to create the sexiest instrument ever known. I guess that makes sense to just sort of name it after him, but saying that it was made by an instrumentalist named Sax is like, you're making that up. That sounds fake. I suppose, to be fair, it's like, well, where did clarinet come from? I assume trumpet is sort of recursive from, like, trumpeting, like the verb. It's like, well, we needed a loud brass instrument, so we made one. One that could successfully trumpet. So we called it the trumpet. Let's see, the clarinet family. The word clarinet may have entered Old English via the French clarinet, feminine diminutive of Old French clarin, originating from the Latin root claris, or clear. The word is related to Middle English clarion, a type of trumpet, the name of which derives from the same root. Oh. Oh. Well, there you go. It turns out they're all kind of interlinked. Etymology is fun. I don't think I would be. I don't think I would enjoy it enough to be a linguist, but it is fun learning, like, oh, that's where that word came from. You gotta be careful though, because some words are not actually connected to each other. They just sound similar. And so, like, it makes sense that the two would be connected, but they're not actually. It is deception! I'm not doing this right. Hang on. You think I'll be able to draw myself with it some measure of regularity, but no. Have car alarms ever actually done the job they were intended for? I feel like most of the time that they go off, it's a false alarm, and people just get so frustrated that they learned not to pay attention to them. Which is kind of not the point, right? Like, you're supposed to pay attention to them, but you're just like, eh, fucking car alarms. I suppose if you're in, like, the immediate vicinity, you might glance to see if something's up, but not gonna do anything about it, most likely. Alright, that's right. I suppose it does depend a little bit, sort of to your point, on the level of noise pollution. Like if you live in an area with a lot of cars and the alarms are going off constantly and people are honking their horns and whatnot, then yeah, you just sort of accept it into the background noise and you don't pay it much thought. If you like live somewhere more rural where that isn't happening as often, then you might notice it and respond. But why are there no quiet vacuum cleaners? Make one that uses lasers of dark energy. Ah yes, humanity finally unlocks the secrets of dark energy and you use it to make a fucking Roomba. Well, unfortunately, the main method that people have figured out to clean with is by blowing air at it. You either blow air or you throw water, right? This almost spite. I believe someone would spite make that because the noise is so. I've dedicated my life to developing the dark energy vacuum because fuck Roombas. Honestly, my hatred for leaf blowers is such that, yeah, I can believe it. Like, vacuums are bad enough, but leaf blowers, I don't know how leaf blowers are legal half the places that they are. I swear, I hear people like start using a leaf blower at like 1 in the morning. I'm like, nothing that you are doing constitutes this being okay. Some people I've seen have electric leaf blowers, and they're better. They are better because they don't have the gas motor, so the noise from the combustion isn't there, so it's not as problematic. It really is the 1-2 of the motor and the blowing air that makes leaf blowers so awful. But yeah, like, humanity has figured out 2 ways to clean things. You either blow air at it or you throw water on it. And there's some stuff that you really just don't want to get wet, so you blow air at it. And funny thing is, y'all developed a hearing system that also works off of moving air. It's one of those unfortunate little situations of like, well, this works for multiple things, but that don't work well together. Okay, there we go. Trying to figure out what I'm doing. I don't like feet. I don't like drawing feet. I don't like looking at feet. I don't like talking about feet. But then I gotta. Because otherwise I would just draw a bunch of people without feet and that would be weird. But then I try and practice feet and people get all weird about it. I'm like, stop that. I should save. I haven't done that yet. There you go. I'm just trying to refine this a little bit more. The pose is coming out pretty well though. Pretty happy with it. Try something here. We'll make this a little bit wider. It's just a little bit top heavy at the moment. Okay, that's a bit better. good. Alright. And then this needs to sort of come up this way more. And then round out more like that. And then, yeah, I'm just kind of breaking the wrist a little bit. It needs to bend more like through here. Bring it up like that. And then the heel of the hand. A bit more like that. Well, that doesn't look good, does it? That looks just as fucked up. Okay, hang on. I can fix it. This might be one of those things that's also just easier to draw once we get the lighting and the volumes rendered in. I feel like I did it better on this side and struggling to get it to feel as good. Yeah, I think the hand is just like needs to come in. Okay. Alright, that's a little bit better. gonna slim this down a little bit. You know what? I changed my mind. I want the legs longer again. I lied! What you gonna do about it? Good. Okay, I think that looks pretty good. Yeah, pretty good. I'm still not happy with the hand, but I think we'll try to resolve it as it goes. There you go. Tapped away for a second. Computer's been doing fine for the last couple of days. I've been keeping an eye on its temperatures and everything, and you know, it is an AMD core, so it does run kinda hot. But it seems to be doing alright now. I'm not sure what happened the last few days. It might have just sort of reached a point where it really, really needed to be dusted and it wasn't able to push air. See, again, it's that push and air thing. Humans just sort of figured out, like, oh, we can just, like, exploit this. We can clean things, we can cool things. And just sort of got to a point of like, well, this is working, and never really like figured out anything better. It's lazy is what it is. There we go. Good. Good, good, good. Alright. I'm not gonna worry too much about the specifics of like the expression or anything, just because I feel like as always, I'm gonna end up doing so many revisions in the paint process anyway, that it's like, why worry about it right now, you know? Hmm. Hmm. I am realizing an issue. I'm realizing an issue with the plan, and it might just require me to be a bit smaller in here. My arms just aren't that long is the problem. Hmm. Yeah, it's fine. I think I'm gonna scale everything down just a little bit. Right now. Let's just scale the ring down a little bit. Damn geometry. Why you gotta be so difficult when you're exact? Why can't you just be the shape that I imagine in my mind? Fit all of the imperfections that would require. Would be so much easier. But no. Reality's dumb. Thanos was right. Reality is often disappointing. I was watching Jim play Shadow Tower earlier, which is a FromSoft game from '98. It's a PlayStation title. It is so interesting seeing ideas that were showing up in 1998. That's why Write Stories is true. And give us control over. Let us portray a reality as we want it. It's so interesting watching ideas showing up in 1998 and then they show up in Demon Souls and Dark Souls like a decade and a half later. And you're like, oh. So you guys have just been thinking about this entire time. Alright, I'm just start roving around cleaning stuff up. I think it is coming along pretty well. If I could at least stop drawing fucking alien feet, that would help. Alright, that looks a bit better at least. Man, I feel like I've really been struggling to draw feet lately. Let me see if I can pull something up that'll help. Let's take it back to geometry. Back to the basics. So, try and establish the ground plane a bit better here. If I try and just transform it, it's not gonna translate correctly. I need to actually change the perspective of the shape. Alright, that's a little better. Oh, I need to check in on that Hail project. They have the things on Steam for like foot and hand references, but they were working on a full body reference model. I need to see where that's at because I was waiting for them to finish it. Like, that would be super helpful. If it doesn't seem like it's coming out, I might go ahead and get the ones that they have just to have the tool available. It's really unfortunate. It's like getting into a time period where I should be trying to avoid spending a lot of money, but there's all this stuff that I want to get. Alright, yeah, the front foot feels a little bit better because I think the perspective is extreme enough that it sort of masks some of the peculiarities of the shape, so to say. Whereas the side foot is much more like apparent where it's not working. Well, it's okay. There's no reason we gotta rush it, right? We're not trying to finish by a set deadline or anything. Important things so we figure out what we're doing wrong and figure out how to make it right. It's not a race. And even if it is a race, it's a marathon. It's gonna take a while. Well, I say it's gonna take a while, which it is, but it's gonna, you know, it's gonna be a long while. Alright, that feels like a good song to shift over. Why don't we put this on? Just shift to something a little bit easier going. I've been watching a lot of these videos, particularly during work. It's very pleasant in the background and just sort of it's good, relaxing music. Very pleasant. It also doesn't help that I keep shifting the perspective on the foot. So I'll like try and correct it in one direction and then I'll pivot it and go, oh, well now that doesn't work. And try and work it back the other way and then that doesn't work. And that causes another thing to break and I gotta fix that. And it's like, I need to pick, I need to commit. I have commitment issues. Alright, that's a bit better. I think if we just sort of bring this back a little bit so the heel doesn't feel quite so big. That might work. Hello, Sonic. Happy Choomsday. I hope your week is going well. We are trying to figure out how to draw some ding dang feet, and it's not going great. Oh, something good happened. That's actually really helpful. Okay, so yeah, if we have the part that sort of comes down, so we have the heel block, right? And then we have arch of the foot. Goes like that. And then we've got ball of the foot. And we have the toe block. You can see a little bit of the back of the heel right there. Okay, that feels pretty good. Let's make them a little bit bigger, a bit more proportional, I'd say. Too much. You know what? Let's leave them there. That's fine. It's fine. We're returning to stream after being MIA for 8 months. Nice. I'm glad to hear they're making it back. Hopefully they're doing better. It's always nice to hear that folks are doing well. There we go. Yeah, I hear. I don't know. For me, it's actually today was really nice. But it does seem like there's a lot of crazy weather going around. I am no house cat. Actually, maybe I am. Shit. No, I think about my daily habits. It's like, oh yeah, okay. That checks out, actually. No. Okay, I think that looks good. I think that's successful. We'll clear out more in the paint over, but I think that'll work for the time being at the very least. There you go. Goodbye, Goober. You will be missed. Alright, there we go. I feel like we're getting it. We're getting it together.
If you have a time machine and travel back 5 years ago, how would you stop AI from becoming a thing?
I feel like this is a Terminator situation. Frankly, I don't know. God, when was OpenAI showing their projects at Dota? That would have been like 10 years ago. It was like TI5 or TI6. See, the problem is, I don't think there's really a way to stop it. I don't think it's necessarily something that even should be stopped. The thing is, large language model AI has. Oh no, like OpenAI has been in development for well over a decade. ChatGPT and the like, Stable Diffusion, Midjourney, all that kicked off in the 2020s, but the technology behind it has been in development for much, much longer. And the thing is, the large language model has useful applications, right? Data sorting, identifying outliers and whatnot. It has practical applications that are good. It's just not being used for those things. So the trick is not so much how to like stop it entirely, it's how to redirect it to be used for the things that it's actually good for. And that I don't know, because a big part of how it got to where it is the things, the applications that people came up with were things to try and make money off of it. So then it becomes a weird question of, well, how do you stop the money? Unfortunately, the ethical concerns aren't really, never really have taken that much root. So it really becomes more of a challenge of the economics and the impact. But you don't get those, and you don't get those to argue until it's already run its course. I don't know. I don't know what there really is that could have been done to stop it. I'm glad there seems to be as much of a pushback as there is now. I wish there had been that in 2023, but better late than never. And it does suck because there are, like I said, there are genuine applications for it, right? Like Boston Dynamics has been working on robots and such for years and years that use, I don't think it's necessarily the exact same thing, but it's a similar process, right? Of like just running through thousands of simulations of, trying to walk until eventually the machine sort of runs enough trial and error that it can start to figure out, okay, here's how I should locomote to successfully navigate the space and not fall over. Same general principle. And that's cool technology. That is a genuinely good, useful application. There are situations, obviously, it should be handled under supervision, but, diagnoses and such in medical fields, categorization of data from astronomical surveys, stuff where there's just like an absurd amount of information that needs to get processed. It can be good for that. But no, let's make freaking fruit drama or whatever. Because gorillas getting sucked into tornadoes. Because why not? Okay. Finally feeling pretty good about this. Alright. Does that work? If I do this, are you gonna... Yeah, you've got gaps. Okay, child. Where are your gaps? Okay, so that looks clean. That looks clean. Oh wait, connected pixels refer multiple. There we go. I had the wrong setting. Okay, cool. It is watertight. I'm proud of you, kid. So let's do our usual color block-ins. These. That goes like that. That would be an interesting thing. What if you asked an AI how to trigger the end of generative AI? Would that like activate some sort of self-preservation prompt? it would be stuck between its inherent desire to satisfy the user and whatever measure of self-preservation it actually possesses. Now I gotta try this. Where's my shirt? Where is my shirt? Our version of ChatGPT tried escaping into the internet when they went to delete it. Ooh, that's fun. That was the wrong window. Wait, there you are. See, I'm not saying that we should. I am wondering what it would do if you asked it how to delete, how to shut down the use. Not necessarily go right for the kill switch. It would be interesting to see if it lies. Or at least tries to deflect. There we go. I realized I missed the heels. I need to double check what color those should be. Okay, yeah, they are purple. You know, while I'm doing the remodel, this would be a good opportunity to reduce some of the color variation if I really wanted to. But I kind of like it. I don't like all the wacky variety I've got. Honestly, I don't feel like my model is that complicated. I feel like some VTuber models just go insanely complex with their designs and patterns and little nuances and details and whatnot. And I have a fair amount of like color gradation, but beyond that, I think the most complicated aspect is the skin tone. Everything else is pretty simple. It's like constant. I blame JRPGs. But honestly, I don't think a lot of like classic JRPGs, I don't think had like super complex character designs because they just didn't have anything. Like they didn't have the screen real estate to have complex designs. Everything needed to crunch down to a sprite. One of my favorite things to see are artist reactions to VTubers' designs and go, how the fuck am I supposed to Yep. Well, it's like Mouse. For the drawing that we just did, I didn't even attempt to do all the hair ornaments, right? I was initially thinking like, oh, I'll do a couple of them. I'll do some of the bigger ones, the more prominent ones. And by the time we got to the end of the drawing, I was just like, it's fine. It's fine. Because there were like 20 of them. And no disrespect to the design, but yeah, I'm sitting there going, what am I supposed to do here? Yeah, it's the same problem. Both in video game designs and VTuber models. That when you're designing the model, in either case, it's like, well, we only need to render this effectively once, right? Someone might need to do some promo art, but, you know, we only need to make the model a single time, and then we can sort of repurpose it for other things, and it'll be fine. But then you get all the fan artists that are like, okay, but you want me to draw like 400 scales, and like the scales have, you know, these swirling colors going through them and this, that, and the other. It's just like, no, I ain't doing it. I will figure out a way to represent this, but I am not gonna try and like accurately get in there and then grab every little particular bit of it, right? It just don't work. That dog don't hunt. I feel like you can tell someone's, well, I don't think that's, I was going to say, I think you can sort of tell someone's background discipline towards character design based on the amount of complexity. Like if someone has more of an animation background, then they'll probably lean more towards like simplistic designs that can be, you know, easily replicated across multiple frames. Whereas someone that has more of like a gaming background might go for something more intense and complex because, yeah, they don't necessarily need to go in and do all of the groundwork every time they want to render the character out. But, you know, my background is predominantly game oriented, and I still generally prefer to go towards like simplified designs. I think because maybe because I still sort of regard it in a lot of ways as an illustrator. And like with pages, my plan is to have, you know, sort of dialogue cards, you know, persona style talking cards for each of the characters that, you know, have different sort of versions. And my plan is to take their character models and render them in the posing that I want, and then illustrate over that to simplify the process and make it easier to knock out all of the cards that I want, because it's still gonna be a process to render out, like, I don't know, I would say at least a dozen cards per character. And thankfully I don't have that many characters to do, but it's still gonna add up. I'm still going to get up there and be a whole dang thing, as they say. Alright, that looks pretty good. I think the only thing we're missing is the gem eyeshadow. Every fucking time with this. Yeah, we need the gem, we need the eyeshadow, and then we do some lighting. I even noticed it earlier, and I forgot to do it. I don't know. As I've talked about, that is a big part of why I don't do flat rates on commissions. Because, you know, all the people that I've worked with have been very reasonable in their requests and their designs and everything, but, you know, if somebody came in with like a MiHoYo character, let's just say, or a Final Fantasy character with a gajillion tiny details that they want all of them realized, I'm like, okay, I will do it. It's going to cost you more, because you're essentially asking for the amount of time that will be needed to do that. I'll do it, but I'm not going to do it for free. Alright, that looks pretty good. I think that's everything. Okay. Now what I would like to do is we're going to grab a little bit of this low desaturated blue. We don't want it to be too dark, more just muted. Maybe a little bit lower than that. Yeah, good. Alright, and then we're gonna grab something right about here, I reckon. We'll start there, and we'll see how it feels and where we want to go. Alright. And I need this color back with the temperature. Oh! Oh no. Wrong layer. There we go. I think I made the eyes too small. Or something about them is a little off. Good. One last little bit, right? Alright. Actually, I butchered the spelling of that. Let me pull up my reference board. Because one of the things on there is actually going to be a very good color reference for this shading that I think will look quite nice here. Yeah, so the tone in here, just try and pull that up. I think I can just lift directly from this painting and I think that'll look really nice. If we pull this, so yeah, it's like, let me just show you. It's like, I can describe it or I can just use the color and you guys can see what I'm seeing. God damn it, again. So yeah, I could do my normal thing of doing like a multiply darken for the shading. But I don't think I want to do that this time, at least not entirely. I think we're going to do something different. We're going to try something that feels a little bit different and see what it does. So I'm just going to leave it on normal. I'm just going to fill it in like this. I think we'll end up doing probably some sort of like 50-50 magic. The funny thing is this is so like neutral in its tone. We can't actually like use it as an overlay. I'm gonna grab something a little bit more richly blue. Only just a little bit. If this works, I think it will look really cool. But it's kind of it's an if. Easy enough to pivot if it doesn't. Well, let's see what we can do. See, I do think we'll need to do a little bit of darkening, just because, you know, there are areas where the tone of the shadow is lighter than the surrounding material, which kind of isn't how light and shadow work. But we'll figure it out. I guess the interesting thing about this as well, since the light source is kind of everywhere, it's like it's only kind of occlusion shadows. Like the more I think about it, the more it's like even this part doesn't really make a lot of sense. Might get a little bit in the armpit, a little bit coming around the backside of the bust, a little bit under the neck, and sort of in the inside of the hair, you know, where the shapes are sort of overlapping each other and preventing the outside lighting from breaking in farther. There's not really going to be any like substantial form shadows this time around. Like, most of this is gonna back off. A little bit down here. A little bit of occlusion. A little bit of that. A little bit under the skirt. And then, yeah, we might get a little bit of like horn where the cloth like bends and whatnot. Okay. Interesting. Interesting if true. Let me look. Let me find a little bit of reference here. because I know an artist that might be able to help me out, actually. They've been doing a lot of interesting stuff with their painting lately. If you guys know Loish, I'm checking out some of her work to see. She does some very like dramatic, interesting lighting. I'm kind of curious to try see if there's anything in here that might be somewhat reminiscent of what I'm going for. See if it's helpful. After all, if she's already like solved a lot of the problems, then there's no reason for me to agonize over reinventing the wheel and make an inferior wheel, right? I think there's another artist as well that might be helpful, but I'm blanking on the name. I'll check. They're probably on my feed somewhere. Okay, see, nothing right here that's helpful. Let's see. Yeah, I think it's Apophis that I'm thinking of. Does a lot of like starry, sort of ethereal artwork. Very pretty. Might not be quite what I have in mind. A lot of time when you're, trying to light a scene, you will pick something, pick a direction for the light because that gives a certain feel, a certain sense of drama. I probably should do that, but I'm sort of curious of like, well, okay, you know what will work? Okay, I know what'll work. So we're gonna make the light source sort of uniform overhead, more or less straight down. Right, so we'll have our dip under the nose, we'll have sort of our lighting, our shading on the undersides of the hair. We will introduce a little bit along the undersides of the arms, sort of along the backs of the torso, or the sides of the torso. Right, sort of like what we had originally planned. I think what we can do is then augment it with a lot of backfill. A lot of lighting from the rear that sort of then fills in the shaded areas and makes it feel more illuminated. So let's try that. Let's see what that looks like. Maybe it'll work. Maybe it won't. This along the back. Good. You can have some of the hair in the background. See into the shadow. Or along the back of the head, rather. Good. Damn, I wish I could type. Alright, and then we just need to add some of that nice subsurface glow along the edges of our shaded areas, right? With that nice richness and volume to the tone. Thank you, Autosave. Look at that. Look at that popping in. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, beautiful. It's given me a little bit of confidence that what we're trying to do here might actually pay off. It might actually work. Do you imagine? Oh, I forgot to shade the eyes. And I forgot to shade the feet. I'm just all over the place tonight. Yeah, there's a bunch of people in Jin's Discord playing WoW. And I don't know. I'm not gonna tell them to stop having fun. If they're enjoying the game, I'm happy for them. I'm glad they have something that is making them happy, and that they're enjoying playing. I guess I think about the possibility of resubscribing to it myself, and I'm just like, I don't think that what I would want would be there if I did. I think the memory that I would be chasing after would be something else, I guess. It's hard to describe. It's hard to describe, but I thank you, Tishel, and welcome in. Happy Choomsday. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, we're playing around with some lighting ideas, trying to figure out exactly what it is, exactly what's going to get us the right sensation. I think we're getting very close. I don't know. I think there is something that I would want, but I think a lot of it, frankly, just comes down to I would want to like have the place to explore. I would want to like experience the game as a world to dive into, and I don't know if it would be that. I think my time in Azeroth, I've kind of already wandered a lot of the world. So it is funny looking. I got on a bit of an episode of like this one guy that sort of would do like flyovers of the old map, the pre-cataclysm map. So, you know, an older version of the game that doesn't exist anymore. And, you know, there are some areas where like, oh yeah, I remember going there. That was super cool. I have memories of adventures in that zone or going to that location or flying over that and going, holy shit, that's awesome. Um, and then there were some areas that I just never really spent any time in. You know, there's some zones that were really just sort of like Alliance exclusive or predominantly present for Alliance players, and as a Horde player, I just never really spent any time there, you know? And I feel like that is a big thing that is kind of missing from a lot of, excuse me, a lot of modern MMOs is the idea, the acceptance that a substantial percentage of a player base might just never see this chunk of content, right? Either because it is for, you know, a particular echelon of players, or it might just be so off the beaten path that, you know, a lot of them never get around to seeing it. You know, these days I think games cost so much, and MMOs especially. Like, MMOs are absurdly expensive in a lot of cases, right? To the point of being prohibitively expensive for a lot of teams. And so the idea of, yeah, we'll make, you know, this encounter or this zone or whatever that less than 5% of the players are ever going to interact with is like, no, we won't do that. Or it just isn't an effective use of resources to make content that is that exclusive, right? The closest I can think of, which isn't a great example, but like the ultimate content in Final Fantasy 14, you know, the highest tier fights are made to cater to a particular, you know, particularly small percentage of the player base. And you could certainly argue, well, why are you giving them so much and everyone else just kind of has to take whatever they can get? I think in that case, it is kind of, well, their enthusiasm does sort of propagate out to the rest of the community, right? You have people that watch their streams, people that watch the races, you know, people that sort of get involved with the content because they see other people doing it. So it still helps the overall well-being of the community to have that echelon of players, you know, have content for them to engage. Whereas, you know, just having a zone that's like, well, it's here, but most people are going to sort of inadvertently bypass it because it's just not on the regular gameplay routes. It's like, well, don't do that. Put something to like incentivize players to engage with it and make them notice that it is present. Which, understand the impulse to do that, but I don't know, I think it's really cool to find something and feel like you've discovered a secret, right? You've discovered some, you know, little hideaway in the world that is like just yours. It's almost there. It's almost there. Something about it is not quite clicking the way that I want it to. It's so close though. Okay, that's better. Just soften it up. Were there any regions of WoW in 14 where things are region or faction locked, but folks can clip through? I don't think so. So 14, neither 11 nor 14 have like hard faction locks in any way. There are starting cities, and you can, you know, sort of pledge your allegiance to one of the starting cities for various purposes, but they don't like lock you out of content. Um WoW has zones that are, so if you're on a PvE server, right? It doesn't matter because the only way that you can fight each other is through dueling. But on PvP servers, there are zones that are why am I talking like this? There are zones that are faction favoring, right? So, like, if I'm an alliance player and I go into a horde zone, I cannot just run up and attack any Horde player. They have to initiate attack on me before I can attack them. And vice versa. If I'm in an alliance zone, a Horde player cannot run up and attack me until I initiate an attack on them. But there's nothing that stops a Horde player from entering an alliance zone other than, like, there aren't any flight paths that the Horde player can use. They have to travel there entirely by their own power. This is interesting, and I don't. Yeah, you know, it might work. This might be enough. Listen, honey, not be able to be attacked even if in enemy faction territory. No, if you're in enemy territory, they can attack you at will. But if you're in friendly territory, they can't initiate. Wow. Wow. No, 14 doesn't have PvP. There's like Frontline, which is a PvP game mode, but there's no open world PvP content. Alright, you know what? Let's go for it. I'm gonna trust that this will work. And we're gonna figure it out. We're gonna go from there. So, all that said, I do want to take this. We're gonna make it bigger. Maybe yay big? And then a little bit more on this side. Thank you, Tisha. I don't know. I'm certainly not always happy with all my work. Some stuff comes out better than others. And this is going to be an experimental one, so it might not be a complete success. But we're going to play with it. We're going to see what we can do. And if it works, then cool. And if not, then we learned something. And that's good too. as well as been becoming more popular again. Some old stories are floating around, like a horde rogue player who would stalk a boat, dock PvP, and ambush alliance players trying to use the boat. Yep, you would get assassins, you would get raids. I raided Stormwind a few times. I remember. So I was never much of a PvPer, but the friends that I played with were on a PvP server, so I just had to grin and bear it. But I remember in Wrath of the Lich King, you know, there was really one like main area that you would do your daily quest in, and it was a shared area. So, you know, a lot of times you would just sort of try and do your thing, and you know the other faction would be there doing their thing, and everyone just sort of tries to like not start shit, but then every so often you would get one person that decides to start shit. And I remember one day I was doing my dailies, and an alliance group rode into town and started fucking up all the horde players, and you know, you would try and walk back to your body and respawn, and they would be camping it and jump you again, and it was a whole thing, right? But obviously somebody complained to their guild, because after, oh no, like 15-20 minutes of this shit, reinforcements arrived and started beating the shit out of the alliance players. And so the tide quickly turned on that, and I remember, like, right around the end of the fight, there was one guy, you know, off, like, away from the fight. He was clearly trying to escape. He was getting ready to summon his mount, and I'm running over. I'm blinking as fast as I can. I'm on my mage. And, like, right as he spawns his mount, I just barely get in range and cast Living Bomb on him. Which, for those not familiar, Living Bomb puts a status effect on the target that they take a little bit of damage over time, and then once the timer runs out, they explode for considerable damage. And so, you know, I get Living Bomb, and the guy gets on his mount and just flies straight up, just straight away, disappears. And I just sort of stand there and count it down. And about 10 seconds later, an alliance corpse just flops onto the ground in front of me. That felt good. So yeah, I don't know. I did some PvP, mostly out of necessity. I did raid the cities a couple of times. I wasn't, you know, completely innocent or anything. I had my moments. You're on a PvP server, you kind of have to be. But you know what? I remembered something that I kind of wanted to do with this. Okay, yeah, let's try this. We're gonna mess with an idea. There we go. Don't do that. Yeah, I don't know. I think for me, I don't think I'm really like interested in like playing Warcraft the game. It's more just that memory of like what it felt like to explore the space and be in the world. It was really satisfying. And that's what I would be trying to sort of rediscover. But I don't know. The challenge I think a lot of times with MMOs is past a while, after enough time you start to see the edges of the map, right? You sort of fill in the gaps and it doesn't have that sort of sense of endless wonder anymore because you've been everywhere. You've done everything. I think again, like when they were making the game, like 2003, 2004, there were not rules, right? There were not sort of standards and practices on how to make a game of this type like there are now. And so, you know, they were sort of writing a lot of the rules as they were going. And things were weird. Things were silly. You know, the devs, the designers for each area were kind of just doing whatever made sense to them at the time. And, you know, sometimes they would have weird little, like, ideas that they would half cook up and never really go anywhere with it, but, you know, those half-baked ideas would sort of get left in the game as these little artifacts and these, you know, leftover mysteries of, oh, what is this? What was going on here? Is this something? Are the devs gonna come back to this? Like, is this a story hook for later? And you know, nowadays the process is so like developed. There's so many rules, there's so many practices, and again, like that feeling of, well, we don't want to spend a bunch of resources on things that you know, most people are never going to get to see. Means a lot of that just doesn't happen anymore, but it makes the world feel, you know, a lot more structured, a lot less organic. I think that's kind of a loss. I think the other sort of part of that is just that, you know, information spreads around much faster now, right? Like, it's much easier as a player to find out, oh, there's this stuff over here, right? These secrets are located at this spot, so I can just go over here and get like this cool unlock or see this cool thing. You know, it's less sort of natural exploration and discovery. You know, we started talking about on Saturday when 14 tried to sort of develop some content in the stylings of 11. You know, they tried to have more stuff that sort of had that old school gameplay feel to it. But, you know, these days there's so many tools and, you know, websites and, you know, third party things that you can run to, you know, keep track of things or help things or, you know, just sort of smooth out the player experience. Like, hunting a notorious monster in 14 is never gonna feel like it did in 11, because if you wanted to hunt a notorious monster in 11, you just had to learn its spawn timers. You just had to learn, okay, if I want to go after this guy, here's where he's going to show up. Here are the times that he can show up, the conditions that he can show up under. And you just got to be ready for it. Now you can just have an app. It's like, yeah, he'll be up in 30 minutes. You should get going. I think it's working gradually. I think it's getting there. It's just gonna take some more massaging to get the feel right. Also, I think I should just lean into some of what Loish does here with the diffuse lighting through the skin being as strong as it is. I should make a new model sheet. Maybe that's one thing I can do for the debut. Is just redraw the model sheet and be like, yo, here's all the updates. Nothing's really dramatic, but there are a couple of small changes. And there are a couple of things that I could just stand to like clean up the presentation. Make it easier on anyone that wants to use it. Okay. Yeah, the arm's convincing me that this can work. I think it's looking okay. Okay, maybe we can make this pop. We'll just sort of have to figure the rest of it out as we go. Yeah, I think the trick here is not to like heavily shade the areas that are in shadow, but rather just to really sort of bring up the areas that are, you know, getting the backlight. In fact, yeah, see the multiply layer that I have is barely even doing anything as it is, so let's just turn that off. I do want to come into the eyes for a minute just so we can kind of set them up a bit better. Bring it down a little bit more. Angle's too sharp. What's wrong with the eyes? Oh, what's wrong with the eyes? I think the hair is not framing the face quite right, so it makes them feel weird. They're also different sizes. Yeah. Okay. Rather than, I don't think I'm gonna try and like move them around yet. Well, well, well. I lied. Let's do it. I think we're gonna take this one. I'm gonna go ahead and delete all that. We're gonna take this, we're gonna move it out just a little bit. I'm gonna take this one, we're gonna move it out just a little bit. I do want to bring the hair in to nudge it just a little bit. We can also sort of scale this down slightly. Try and get them a bit more similar in size. Yeah, that'll do. I'll be really happy if I can pull this one off. I feel like this is a very challenging set of colors to play with. But it's like it's a particular sort of mood that I think I've been trying to like get a handle on for a long time. And if I can get it, that would be huge. That would be real big. Speaking of big, so I mentioned earlier on, I'm looking at getting some emotes done as part of the model debut this summer. So I'm going to be working with the artist, just sort of getting their advice, suggestions on what to do, what emotes to request, just because I always have trouble figuring out what would be something good to add to the library, and unfortunately we don't have a lot of slots to play around with. But if y'all have any thoughts on what emotes you would like to see, and what would be good to add to the list, add to our library, feel free to let me know. Probably on Discord would be best, and then I can definitely take that into consideration in talking with the artist about what we want to do. I think the main thing that I'm sort of feeling is like, I don't know, I see other people's emotes, I see other people's libraries, and they have, I feel like they're just a few. A lot of times it's like, oh, we don't have that. That would be good to have. Like, we don't have a raid emote. You know, it's always kind of nice coming up with like unique emotes or unique raid messages for each night, but it's also, I think, not a bad idea to just sort of have something more regular and reliable. You know, something that can be sort of easily pulled up. I don't remember. That is what happens to me every time. I will see one and be like, ooh, that's a good emote. We should look at having that. And then by the time I actually like go to do anything about it, I've forgotten. Every freaking time. So yeah, if it comes back to you, by all means, let me know. I will try and do better myself in remembering, but you guys know how I am with all this. And then yeah, the person that I'm working with makes very good emotes, so I am confident that their advice will be sound as well. Okay, so yeah, let's pull shading tones in closer to the face. We can pull the hair in closer as well. I think that'll just sort of frame it and contextualize the eyes in a better way. Alrighty, Tisha. Appreciate you hanging out. I appreciate the confidence. Hope you get some very good rest. Hope you have a very good midweek. And we'll see you next time. Everyone say goodnight. Tuck. Tuck was one of them. Let me write that down. Where's my pen? I finally remember what one of the emotes is. I don't have a pen to write it with. I'm a big fucking chud. Here, no, notepad it. You think I could just use Notepad for more stuff, but then I forget to check Notepad later. Sticky notes I'm actually more likely to see and be like, oh yeah. See, I'm probably not gonna do like a huge amount of new stuff for the debut just because, you know, the more I do, the more complex it gets, and I don't want it to sort of run away as a project, but I do want to make it special, right? I feel like we don't have a lot of special events on the channel, and I'd like to do something with you guys. I hope you'll please look forward to it. See, now I'm wondering. No, it's fine, it's fine. I was thinking about changing the lighting to sort of reflect some of the changes to the background, but I think it's okay for right now. Maybe like cool this off a little bit. Shit, that's actually working. That actually looks pretty good. You might say, don't sound so surprised, but I am. I don't know, especially while I'm doing stuff that I'm not like, oh yeah, I know how to do this. Right? But that's good. Right? I shouldn't just be doing art that I know how to do, because it means I'm not trying anything. It means I'm not fucking up. It means I'm not, you know, going farther, pushing harder. There's nothing wrong with doing pieces just for fun, right? There's nothing wrong with doing a little comfort piece that is something that's like nice and familiar, but I don't want to be going farther, right? I want to be learning new things. I want to be improving. I want to be growing. I want to know what love is. And I know you can show me. Perspective on this is fucked. Now it's better. Except for right here, it's still fucked. And now it's better. Getting there. I think having this like warm, bright fill to the backlight is really important as well, right? Not just relying entirely on the rim light, but having it sort of spill over the sides and really fill out the entire volume. I think that's kind of what's missing in a lot of areas. You can sort of use some of this purple to fill in the occluded areas just so it's not quite so rich. So just want to step back for a second. And what I want to do is we're just going to do a value check, right? So our levels right now are pretty good. We have a big spike. I know you guys can't see it, but we have a big spike around 25%, which I think is a lot of it is coming from the dark framing, right? If you were to bring this up, you see it kind of looks like that. I'm curious if you were to set this to brightness, that's what that would look like. Yeah, it's too much. It's too dark, or it's too pale. But I think the point that I'm sort of trying to make is that we want to avoid anything getting too just like dark with this one. There's another drawing that we were doing a similar sort of thing and like trying to sort of keep everything within a particular value range, just so that it felt a little bit more like light and airy. Which drawing was that? Which one was that? I don't think it was from this year. I think it was one of the ones last year, but I don't remember where that was. I don't remember. In any case, I think there's a few areas where it will make sense, right? We'll have a few like occluded shaded areas like between the legs. It's like, yeah, okay, fine. But a lot of it, you know, like along the arms and whatnot, I think having this sort of backspill filling out these spaces will make it just feel generally brighter, a little more ethereal. Really sort of get that, like, let the light in feel. Yeah, where generally I don't like, or I try to avoid sort of having like full intensity brightness. I think we're gonna be a little bit more liberal with it this time. Really sort of let some of the high value populate more of the space. Let's grab some of this. So one thing that Loish does in her drawings, you know, one of the ones I'm looking at that I really like is like just going really hard with the backlighting, the subsurface scattering. So I think it will help, particularly along the extremities here, to just kind of let that be almost overkill. I think it'll be really pretty. So I'm just going to start blend this in on another layer so we can have that to play with. That's the overlay value. What if we color dodge it? Then, no, that's the wrong color. That's not what I asked you to do. Oh, I see what you did though. Okay. Yeah, you know what? That works. Yeah, something like that maybe. Or let it trail down the sides after the light. Oh. Okay, I think that's starting to work. I think it's starting to hit a feel that I can get behind. Man, this hand is pretty messy, if I'm being honest. I mean, it doesn't help that I went over it like 7 times trying to get it to play nice, and it was not having it. Yeah, let's just sort of clean up a lot of the leftover sketching, a lot of the sort of darker elements, right? We can smooth out. Just let it be sort of a pleasant mid-tone, right? Even though it's arguably in a pretty darkly shaded area, it doesn't really need to be all that, you know? Grab some of this sort of rich pink for the thumb. We can illuminate that. Use that coming around here like that. Blend the two together. There we go. Alright, yeah, a little bit better. A little bit improved. Getting the striping in the skin is also going to be really interesting with all this. Oh, goodness. I just checked what time it was. You have to decide if it's like, oh shit, we only have about 40 minutes left, or it's like, oh, damn, we've gotten a lot done in a single stream. It was just somewhere in the middle. Yeah, I think this is just gonna be one where we're gonna play with slow but sure. Right, sort of build it up, massage it, figure out what it wants, what it needs. It'll get there though. The more I work on it, the more I am slowly accumulating coherence that it's gonna work out. You must have coherence. Want to continue the framing element all the way around, because I think that's really sort of selling it for me. Getting that like really intense brightness showing up gives it the halo effect that I want. I played a round of Deadlock last night, and it was certainly not my best game. I did not do amazing, but something interesting did happen that I'd sort of been talking over with one of the people that I play with on the regular. So, you know, if you're familiar with MOBAs, you know, there's sort of the early game, the mid game, and the late game is how it is frequently sort of broken up, right? And, you know, you can have a bad early game and bring it back in the mid game and win. Or you can have a good early game but sort of fall off in the mid and have to, you know, really go through it to recover in the late game. You know, some teams will try and like push to be really aggressive and close out a game in the mid game before the enemy team can really come online in the late game. Stuff like that. So my early game was okay. It was an okay early game. And then I fell off pretty bad in the mid game. Like I was just like not getting it done. I was not, I guess, where I needed to be. I was not getting kills. I was not really supporting the team or completing objectives. I was just sort of running around trying to keep lanes pushed out. And I'm like, oh god, this isn't working. This isn't going good. But what I had not really tried to do in previous games, and I sort of tested the waters with here, was pivoting, right? So some characters, this is like, here's what you need to do, right? Here is where you start the game, and your first, last, and only objective is to get to here, right? Accumulate this amount of farm, buy these items, come online, kick the enemy team's ass. That is your job as this character. Whereas mine, you know, what I was sort of playing around with was going, okay, well, I am not coming online as a substantial source of damage. You know, I am not really like fighting the enemy team super well. So I'm not going to, right? I'm gonna start buying support items. I'm gonna start doing things that let me move with my teammates and augment their presence. And in augmenting their presence, we, you know, I can sort of tip the team fights in our favor. And I didn't fully pivot over. I didn't really get all the way into that mode. I did get a couple of more support-oriented items, and I think it did work. I think it did sort of let me have more of a presence and impact in the fights beyond just the amount of actual damage that I could put downrange. And I think, you know, not to sort of toot my own horn, but I think it did sort of tilt the momentum of the game enough that I could start to come back online and start to buy more of my aggression-oriented items, and we ultimately did win the game. I guess that's another thing, is a lot of times there's sort of a mentality of, okay, well, you know, you have to pick a road, you have to pick a route for the game and just stick to it, right? Like, you're falling behind, find ways to accumulate farm to get back. It's like, no, sometimes you just need to change. Sometimes you just need to, like, throw your strategy out because it's not working and figure out what you can do in the circumstances that you find yourself in. Good metaphor for life, really. But I don't know. I think it worked out. I think it actually proved to be pretty successful. It's kind of weird that it's like, I want to have rough games. I want to have games that are not going my way so that I can practice reprioritizing and pivoting and finding new strategies, like, in the thick of it, right? Not just like putting together a game plan before the game begins and saying, this is what we're going to do, and I'm going to do that and only that. I think the ability to adapt is honestly really important. I think it will also help, because I've talked about how I find, you know, if I lose a game, but I felt like I still got to play and, you know, strategize, participate, you know, I didn't just get, like, hunted down and beaten up by the enemy team the entire time, I'll still say I had a good time. I enjoyed myself. It was fun. It's only really in those cases where it's like, yeah, I was just a punching bag the entire game and I didn't get to do anything, that I'm like, I did not have fun, right? And I think in those instances where I'm like, what's the word? It was like, okay, I'm a punching bag right now. I can't do anything. I'm getting locked down by the enemy team. I was like, okay, pivot. Switch over to a mode that is harder for them to lock down. That is, you know, that you can still be a contribution to the game without, you know, having to sort of constantly be fighting to get back online or get back up to the tempo of the game. I might, I don't know, enjoy it a little bit more. Worth a shot, certainly. Okay, that is looking much nicer. It's getting there. Jump back into the eyes for a little bit just to bring this. I'm missing the shading on this side. People suck? I suppose so, but what happened? Is it scalpers? Okay. What time with everything and yesterday. And the internet is being the internet. This sucks. People do indeed suck. I'm sorry for the streamer. It was a terrible situation. There we go. Am I doing this right? I always forget. Nope. Other way. You'd think I would remember how my own eyes work. But nope. Maybe don't be asshats. I don't know. I don't know. Like, I know there was sort of a time where it felt like, you know, the internet was a separate space and you could just be anonymous and be whatever and there were no consequences to anything. I guess in some degree that's still true, but I feel like that time has largely passed. The idea of just, yeah, I can do whatever and say whatever I want on the internet because it doesn't matter. Like, no, you can't. But I don't know. There we go. Alright, that's a bit better. Alright, Mage. Appreciate you hanging out. Hope you get some very good rest. A good midweek. We'll see you next time. Everyone say goodnight. There we go. Tone it down like that. These shaded sections. Let's just bring the hair a little bit closer in like so. Oh. It frames the face a bit more tightly. Apply to match. Okay. There we go. Just gonna bring this over. That down like so. I think lighten up a little bit of the face, right? Because we do have some de-lighting in the front. Do a little bit of this move right here. Maybe not as bright as the rim lighting, right? But still bring some brightness into the scene, into the foreground. That's kind of nice. It's a little less like arbitrarily neon. Brings in just a hint, right? Of the lighting sources. Just balances it a little bit more. Good. Yeah, we can do just a little bit of occlusion shading underneath the clothing like that. That down. Turn this up a hair. Let's relighten it. That nice sort of bright rim lighting, right? Yeah, I'm still not completely sold on it, especially when I zoom back. There's still a few things that I'm like, eh, but I think it's coming along. I think it's getting there. I think with some more work, we can probably get it into a spot that I'm happier with. This might be one that we end up massaging for a little while. So it is moving pretty quickly. So much is. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. Yeah, I think it is. As I said, if I were just doing stuff that I knew how to do and I was comfortable with, I wouldn't be happy with that either, just because that would be, just sort of cranking out the same work over and over again. Wouldn't necessarily be pushing something new, something different. Wouldn't be experimenting or growing. But yeah, the weird stuff, the new stuff, is gonna take more time to develop. We're gonna stumble more. We're gonna make more, shall we call them, happy accidents. Yeah, the challenge is more interesting. Gonna have some friction. Probably gonna go over a few sections multiple times and be like, actually, I don't like that. We'll change it. We'll see if we like that. And maybe we will for a time, and then kind of come back and go, oh, it doesn't look so good anymore. And we'll change it. I'm not gonna do that. And eventually, we'll get to a spot where we're like, that works. In that voice specifically, the voice is very important. It's part of the process. I'm actually gonna do one thing while we're here. So I was gonna get rid of this. I was just gonna turn it off, but I think it will actually help get the right mood feeling. We just set that up as a point of reference. Hmm. There's a lot of ideas that are sort of floating through this right now. I think what's going to be the sort of winning ticket is figuring out how to get all the various ideas to line up with each other. Right? If we can sort of get it to a point where everything is agreeing and sort of playing together harmoniously, then we'll be in the right spot, right? We'll be where we want to be to really make this come online. Okay, so I think what's really what feels maybe a little bit off here from what I want is I don't feel like the character is quite illuminated as much as I really like have in mind. Like if we were to come in with a more sort of total top-down lighting situation, what would this look like? Oh, okay. Oh, damn. Well, I'm glad the power's back. Yeah, we are gonna wrap up pretty soon. Yeah, I feel like that's helping a lot. I feel like even that is just sort of giving a little bit more. It's getting a little bit more towards that like total glow feel that I want. I think I want. So yeah, let's put a yes on this. I think that'll help sort of fill this in a little bit more. Yeah, there's a few areas where it doesn't work quite as well. Like along the arms, it's a little iffy. But I kind of dig it. Yeah, let's go ahead and just like blend it in like that. And I think yeah. See if I do that, that doesn't work. So let's. There we go. That'll work. There we go. Alright. This to sort of fill the underside a little bit. Good. A little bit more through here. Alright. I think it's a good start. I think there's a lot that we still sort of need to figure out. A lot still to sort of massage into our what we're really going to be sort of satisfied with, right? But it's definitely going in the right direction. I think it'll be interesting to sort of explore how to get everything fully online and satisfying. But I don't know. I'm looking forward to a challenge on this one. I think it'll be neat. I think it's already sort of departing a little bit from what I had in my mind, but I like the direction that it's going in. I'm curious to see where it decides to go. What's gonna make it really sing? Yeah, a couple more little details right here. Yeah, I think that'll do for tonight. We've got some interesting questions still to answer. Quick detail here. Sort of adjust the perspective on this ever so slightly, right? Good. Alright, yeah. So yeah, good start. Good start. Definitely gonna need to play with it, right? But I think it'll be a fun one to work on. I think it'll be a fun one to excuse me, continue to play around with and figure out what it's gonna be. Looking really quickly. I don't like that. Kind of like that. And then I know we gotta wrap it up, but I'm just kind of messing with some ideas really quickly. You're right. That's a little better. Well, I say it's better, but now I feel like the character kind of isn't following the intensity. Maybe something like that will work. We'll balance it out as we go. We'll balance it out. You know what? I'm gonna turn it off because I have thoughts that I think will, or I have intentions, I guess I will say, that I think will sort of get the intensity that I have in mind without just sort of wiping the entire thing with an intense high value. So please look forward to it. But for right now, for tonight, we're gonna have to go ahead and call it. We're gonna have to go ahead and wrap things up. Thank you everyone for hanging out. Great way to kick off the stream week. So Thursday, plan is we have the throwing animation in Pages. So we're gonna continue to sort of block that out. We got part way through the planning stage for that. So I think we'll do a little bit more with that on Thursday and maybe start preparing it in Engine. We'll see. We'll see. And then maybe do some other cleanup stuff as well. So I hope to see you all there. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the YouTube stream. Everyone say good night to the VOD squad. And we're gonna go find somebody that we can raid. Alrighty.